or of stars shining so quiet and bright, or the exquisite delicate thin curve of the new moon in spring. These with the rest, one and all, are to me miracles. The whole referring, yet each distinct and in its place. To me every hour of the light and dark is a miracle. Every cubic inch of space is a miracle. Every square yard of the surface of the earth is spread with the same. Every foot of the interior swarms with the same. To me the sea is a continual miracle. The fishes that swim the rocks, the motion of the waves, the ships with men in them. What stranger miracles are there? Sparkles from the wheel, where the city's ceaseless crowd moves on the livelong day. Withdrawn I join a group of children watching, I pause aside with them. By the curb toward the edge of the flagging. A knife grinder works at his wheel sharpening a great knife. Bending over he carefully holds it to the stone, by foot and knee. With measured tread he turns rapidly, as he presses with light but firm hand. Forth issue then in copious golden jets. Sparkles from the wheel. The scene and all its belongings, how they seize and affect me. The sad sharp-chinned old man with worn clothes and broad shoulder band of leather. Myself effusing and fluid, a phantom curiously floating, now here. Absorbed and arrested. The group, an unminded point set in a vast surrounding. The attentive, quiet children, the loud, proud, restive bass of the streets. The low hoarse purr of the whirling stone, the light pressed blade. Diffusing, dropping, sideways darting, in tiny showers of gold. Sparkles from the wheel. To a pupil. Is reform needed? Is it through you? The greater the reform needed, the greater the personality you need. To accomplish it? You. Do you not see how it would serve to have eyes, blood, complexion, clean and sweet? Do you not see how it would serve to have such a body and soul that, when you enter the crowd, an atmosphere of desire and command enters with you, and every one is impressed with your personality? Oh, the magnet! The flesh over and over. Go, dear friend, if need be give up all else, and commence today to inure yourself to pluck, reality, self-esteem, definiteness, elevatedness. Rest not till you rivet and publish yourself of your own personality. Unfolded out of the folds. Unfolded out of the folds of the woman man comes unfolded, and is always to come unfolded. Unfolded only out of the superbest woman of the earth is to come the superbest man of the earth. Unfolded out of the friendliest woman is to come the friendliest man. Unfolded only out of the perfect body of a woman can a man be formed of perfect body. Unfolded only out of the inimitable poems of woman can come the poems of man, only thence have my poems come. Unfolded out of the strong and arrogant woman I love, only thence can appear the strong and arrogant man I love. Unfolded by brawny embraces from the well-muscled woman love, only thence come the brawny embraces of the man. Unfolded out of the folds of the woman's brain come all the folds of the man's brain, duly obedient. Unfolded out of the justice of the woman all justice is unfolded. Unfolded out of the sympathy of the woman is all sympathy. A man is a great thing upon the earth and through eternity, but every of the greatness of man is unfolded out of woman. First the man is shaped in the woman, he can then be shaped in himself. What am I after all? What am I after all but a child, pleased with the sound of my own name, repeating it over and over. I stand apart to hear it, never tires me. To you your name also. Did you think there was nothing but 2 or 3 pronunciations in the sound of your name? Cosmos. Who includes diversity and is nature. Who is the amplitude of the earth, and the coarseness and sexuality of the earth, and the great charity of the earth, and the equilibrium also. Who has not looked forth from the windows the eyes for nothing? Or whose brain held audience with messengers for nothing? Who contains believers and disbelievers, who is the most majestic lover? Who holds duly his or her triune proportion of realism, spiritualism, and of the aesthetic or intellectual. Who having considered the body finds all its organs and parts good. Who, out of the theory of the earth and of his or her body, understands by subtle analogies all other theories. The theory of a city, a poem, and of the large politics of these states. Who believes not only in our globe with its sun and moon, but in other globes with their suns and moons. Who, constructing the house of himself or herself, not for a day, but for all time, sees races, eras, dates, generations, the past, the future, dwelling there, like space, inseparable together. Others may praise what they like. Others may praise what they like. But I, from the banks of the running Missouri, praise nothing in art, or aught else, till it has well inhaled the atmosphere of this river, also the western prairie scent, and exudes it all again. Who learns my lesson complete? Who learns my lesson complete? Boss, journeyman, apprentice, churchman, and atheist. The stupid and the wise thinker, parents, and offspring, merchant, clerk, porter, and customer. Editor, author, artist, and schoolboy draw nigh and commence. It is no lesson, it lets down the bars to a good lesson. And that to another, and every one to another still. The great laws take and effuse without argument. I am of the same style, for I am their friend. I love them quits and quits, I do not halt and make salams. I lie abstracted and hear beautiful tales of things and the reasons of things. They are so beautiful I nudge myself to listen. I cannot say to any person what I hear, I cannot say it to myself. It is very wonderful. It is no small matter, this round and delicious globe moving so exactly in its orbit forever and ever, without one jolt or the untruth of a single second. I do not think it was made in 6 days, nor in 10,000 years, nor 10 billions of years, nor planned and built one thing after another as an architect plans and builds a house. I do not think 70 years is the time of a man or woman, nor that 70 millions of years is the time of a man or woman, nor that years will ever stop the existence of me, or anyone else. Is it wonderful that I should be immortal? As everyone is immortal. I know it is wonderful, but my eyesight is equally wonderful, and how I was conceived in my mother's womb is equally wonderful, and passed from a babe in the creeping trance of a couple of summers and winters to articulate and walk, all this is equally wonderful. And that my soul embraces you this hour, and we affect each other, without ever seeing each other, and never perhaps to see each other, is every bit as wonderful. And that I can think such thoughts as these is just as wonderful. And that I can remind you, and you think them and know them to be true, is just as wonderful. And that the moon spins round the earth and on with the earth, is equally wonderful. And that they balance themselves with the sun and stars is equally wonderful. Tests. All submit to them where they sit, inner, secure, unapproachable to analysis in the soul. Not traditions, not the outer authorities are the judges. They are the judges of outer authorities and of all traditions. They corroborate as they go only whatever corroborates themselves and touches themselves. For all that, they have it forever in themselves to corroborate far and near without one exception. The torch. On my northwest coast in the midst of the night a fisherman's group stands watching. Out on the lake that expands before them, others are spearing salmon. The canoe, a dim shadowy thing, moves across the black water, bearing a torch ablaze at the prow. O Star of France 1870-71. O Star of France, the brightness of thy hope and strength and fame, like some proud ship that led the fleet so long, beseems today a wreck driven by the gale, a mastless hulk, and mid its teeming maddened half-drowned crowds, nor helm nor helmsman. Dim smitten star. Orb not of France alone, pale symbol of my soul, its dearest hopes. The struggle and the daring, rage divine for liberty. Of aspirations toward the far ideal, enthusiasts' dreams of brotherhood. Of terror to the tyrant and the priest. Star crucified by traitors sold. Star panting o'er a land of death, heroic land. Strange, passionate, mocking, frivolous land. Miserable. Yet for thy errors, vanities, sins, I will not now rebuke thee. Thy unexampled woes and pangs have quelled them all, and left thee sacred. In that amid thy many faults thou ever aimedst highly. In that thou wouldst not really sell thyself however great the price. In that thou surely wakedst weeping from thy drugged sleep. In that alone among thy sisters thou, giantess, didst rend the ones that shamed thee. In that thou couldst not, wouldst not, wear the usual chains. This cross, thy livid face, thy pierced hands and feet. The spear thrust in thy side. O star! O ship of France, beat back and baffled long. Bear up, O smitten orb! O ship, continue on. Sure as the ship of all, the earth itself. Product of deathly fire and turbulent chaos. Forth from its spasms of fury and its poisons. Issuing at last in perfect power and beauty. Onward beneath the sun following its course. So the O ship of France. Finished the days, the clouds dispelled. The travail o'er, the long-sought extrication. When lo! Reborn, high o'er the European world. In gladness answering thence, as face afar to face, reflecting ours. Columbia. Again thy star, O France, fair lustrous star. In heavenly peace, clearer, more bright than ever. Shall beam immortal. The ox tamer. In a faraway northern county in the placid pastoral region. Lives my farmer friend, the theme of my recitative, a famous tamer of oxen. There they bring him the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds to break them. He will take the wildest steer in the world and break him and tame him. He will go fearless without any whip where the young bullock chafes up and down the yard. The bullock's head tosses restless high in the air with raging eyes. Yet see you how soon his rage subsides, how soon this tamer tames him. See you on the farms here about 100 oxen young and old. And he is the man who has tamed them. They all know him, all are affectionate to him. See you. Some are such beautiful animals, so lofty looking. Some are buff-colored, some mottled, one has a white line running along his back, some are brindled. Some have wide flaring horns, a good sign, see you. The bright hides. See, the two with stars on their foreheads, see, the round bodies and broad backs. How straight and square they stand on their legs, what fine sagacious eyes. How straight they watch their tamer, they wish him near them, how they turn to look after him. What yearning expression. How uneasy they are when he moves away from them. Now I marvel what it can be he appears to them, books, politics, poems, depart, all else departs. I confess I envy only his fascination, my silent, illiterate friend. Whom 100 oxen love there in his life on farms. In the northern county far, in the placid pastoral region. An old man's thought of school. For the inauguration of a public school, Camden, New Jersey, 1874. An old man's thought of school. An old man gathering youthful memories and blooms that youth itself cannot. Now only do I know you. O fair auroral skies, O morning dew upon the grass. And these I see, these sparkling eyes. These stores of mystic meaning, these young lives. Building, equipping like a fleet of ships, immortal ships. Soon to sail out over the measureless seas. On the soul's voyage. Only a lot of boys and girls. Only the tiresome spelling, writing, ciphering classes. Only a public school. Ah, more, infinitely more. As George Fox raised his warning cry, is it this pile of brick and mortar, these dead floors, windows, rails, you call the church? Why, this is not the church at all. The church is living, ever living souls. And you, America, cast you the real reckoning for your present? The lights and shadows of your future, good or evil? To girlhood, boyhood look, the teacher and the school. Wandering at morn. Wandering at morn. Emerging from the night from gloomy thoughts, thee in my thoughts? Yearning for the harmonious union. Thee, singing bird divine. Thee coiled in evil times my country, with craft and black dismay. With every meanness, treason thrust upon thee. This common marvel I beheld, the parent thrush I watched feeding its young. The singing thrush whose tones of joy and faith ecstatic fail not to certify and cheer my soul. There pondered, felt I, if worms, snakes, loathsome grubs, may to sweet spiritual songs be turned. If vermin so transposed, so used, and blessed may be, then may I trust in you, your fortunes, days, my country. Who knows but these may be the lessons fit for you? From these your future song may rise with joyous trills, destined to fill the world. Italian music in Dakota. The 17th, the finest regimental band I ever heard. Through the soft evening air and winding all rocks, woods, fort, cannon, pacing sentries, endless wilds. In dulcet streams, in flutes and cornets notes. Electric, pensive, turbulent, artificial. Yet strangely fitting even here, meanings unknown before. Subtler than ever, more harmony, as if born here, related here. Not to the city's frescoed rooms, not to the audience of the opera house. Sounds, echoes, wandering strains, as really here at home. Somnambula's innocent love, trios with Norma's anguish. And thy ecstatic chorus Poliotto. Rayed in the limpid yellow slanting sundown. Music, Italian music in Dakota. While nature, sovereign of this gnarled realm, lurking in hidden barbaric grim recesses, acknowledging rapport however far removed, as some old root or soil of earth its last born flower or fruit, listens well pleased. With all thy gifts. With all thy gifts, America. Standing secure, rapidly tending, overlooking the world. Power, wealth, extent, vouchsafed to thee with these and like of these vouchsafed to thee. What if one gift thou lackest? The ultimate human problem never solving. The gift of perfect women fit for thee. What if that gift of gifts thou lackest? The towering feminine of thee? The beauty, health, completion, fit for thee? The mothers fit for thee? My picture gallery. In a little house keep I pictures suspended. It is not a fixed house. It is round, it is only a few inches from one side to the other. Yet behold, it has room for all the shows of the world, all memories. Here the tableaus of life, and here the groupings of death. Here, do you know this? This is Cicerone himself. With finger raised he points to the prodigal pictures. The prairie states. A newer garden of creation, no primal solitude. Dense, joyous, modern, populous millions, cities and farms. With iron interlaced, composite, tied, many in one. By all the world contributed freedoms and laws and thrift society. The crown and teeming paradise, so far, of time's accumulations. To justify the past. Book XXV. Proud music of the storm. 1. Proud music of the storm. Blast that careers so free, whistling across the prairies. Strong hum of forest treetops, wind of the mountains. Personified dim shapes, you hidden orchestras. You serenades of phantoms with instruments alert. Blending with nature's rhythms all the tongues of nations. You chords left as by vast composers, you choruses. You formless, free, religious dances, you from the Orient. You undertone of rivers, roar of pouring cataracts. You sounds from distant guns with galloping cavalry. Echoes of camps with all the different bugle calls. Trooping tumultuous, filling the midnight late, bending me powerless. Entering my lonesome slumber chamber, why have you seized me? 2. Come forward, O my soul, and let the rest retire. Listen, lose not, it is toward thee they tend. Parting the midnight, entering my slumber chamber. For thee they sing and dance, O soul. A festival song. The duet of the bridegroom and the bride, a marriage march. With lips of love, and hearts of lovers filled to the brim with love. The red-flushed cheeks and perfumes, the cortege swarming full of friendly faces young and old. To flutes clear notes and sounding harps cantabile. Now loud approaching drums. Victoria. Seest thou in powder smoke the banners torn but flying? The rout of the baffled? Hearest those shouts of a conquering army? Ah soul, the sobs of women, the wounded groaning in agony. The hiss and crackle of flames, the blackened ruins, the embers of cities. The dirge and desolation of mankind. Now airs antique and medieval fill me. I see and hear old harpers with their harps at Welsh festivals. I hear the mincing singing their lays of love. I hear the minstrels, gleemen, troubadours, of the Middle Ages. Now the great organ sounds. Tremulous, while underneath, as the hid footholds of the earth. On which arising rest, and leaping forth depend. All shapes of beauty, grace, and strength, all hues we know. Green blades of grass and warbling birds, children that gambol and play, the clouds of heaven above. The strong bass stands, and its pulsations intermits not. Bathing, supporting, merging all the rest, maternity of all the rest. And with it every instrument in multitudes. The players playing, all the world's musicians. The solemn hymns and masses rousing adoration. All passionate heart chants, sorrowful appeals. The measureless sweet vocalists of ages. And for their solvent setting earth's own diapason. Of winds and woods and mighty ocean waves. A new composite orchestra, binder of years and climes, tenfold renewer. As of the far back days the poets tell, the Paradiso. The straying thence, the separation long, but now the wandering done. The journey done, the journeyman come home. And man and art with nature fused again. 2d. For earth and heaven. The almighty leader now for once has signaled with his wand. The manly strophe of the husbands of the world. And all the wives responding. The tongues of violins. I think, O tongues, ye tell this heart, that cannot tell itself. This brooding yearning heart, that cannot tell itself. 3. Ah, from a little child. Thou knowest, soul, how to me all sounds became music. My mother's voice in lullaby or hymn. The voice, O tender voices, memory's loving voices. Last miracle of all, O dearest mothers, sisters, voices. The rain, the growing corn, the breeze among the long-leaved corn. The measured sea surf beating on the sand. The twittering bird, the hawk's sharp scream. The wildfowl's notes at night as flying low migrating north or south. The psalm in the country church or mid the clustering trees, the open-air camp meeting. The fiddler in the tavern, the glee, the long-strung sailor song. The lowing cattle, bleating sheep, the crowing cock at dawn. All songs of current lands come sounding round me. The German airs of friendship, wine, and love. Irish ballads, merry jigs and dances, English warbles. Chansons of France, Scotch tunes, and o'er the rest. Italia's peerless compositions. Across the stage with pallor on her face, yet lurid passion. Stalks Norma brandishing the dagger in her hand. I see poor crazed Lucia's eyes unnatural gleam. Her hair down her back falls loose and disheveled. I see wearer Nanny walking the bridal garden. Amid the scent of night roses, radiant, holding his bride by the hand. Here's the infernal call, the death pledge of the horn. To crossing swords and grey hairs bared to heaven. The clear electric bass and baritone of the world. The trombone duo, Libertad forever. From Spanish chestnut trees' dense shade. By old and heavy convent walls a wailing song. Song of lost love, the torch of youth and life quenched in despair. Song of the dying swan, Fernando's heart is breaking. Awaking from her woes at last retrieved Amina sings. Copious as stars and glad as morning light the torrents of her joy. The teeming lady comes. The lustrous orb, Venus contralto, the blooming mother. Sister of loftiest gods, Alboni's self I hear. 4. I hear those odes, symphonies, operas. I hear in the William Tell the music of an arrest and angry people. I hear Meyerbeer's Huguenots, the Prophet, or Robert Gounod's Faust, or Mozart's Don Juan. I hear the dense music of all nations. The waltz, some delicious measure, lapsing, bathing me in bliss. The bolero to tinkling guitars and clattering castanets. I see religious dances old and new. I hear the sound of the Hebrew lyre. I see the crusaders marching bearing the cross on high, to the martial clang of cymbals. I hear dervishes monotonously chanting, interspersed with frantic shouts, as they spin around turning always towards Mecca. I see the rapt religious dances of the Persians and the Arabs. Again, at Eleusis, home of Ceres, I see the modern Greeks dancing. I hear them clapping their hands as they bend their bodies. I hear the metrical shuffling of their feet. I see again the wild old Carabantian dance, the performers wounding each other. I see the Roman youth to the shrill sound of flageolets throwing and catching their weapons. As they fall on their knees and rise again. I hear from the Musulman mosque the muezzin calling. I see the worshippers within, nor form nor sermon, argument, nor word. But silent, strange, devout, wriced, glowing heads, ecstatic faces. I hear the Egyptian harp of many strings. The primitive chants of the Nile boatmen. The sacred imperial hymns of China. To the delicate sounds of the king, the stricken wood and stone. Or to Hindu flutes and the fretting twang of the veena. A band of bayadeers. 5. Now Asia, Africa leave me, Europe seizing inflates me. To organs huge and bands I hear as from vast concourses of voices. Luther's strong hymn Festberg ist unser Gott. Rossini's Stabat Mater Dolorosa. Or floating in some high cathedral dim with gorgeous colored windows. The passionate Agnus Dei or Gloria in excelsis. Composers. Mighty maestros. And you, sweet singers of old lands, soprani, tenori, bassi. To you a new bard caroling in the west. Obeisant sends his love. Such led to thee, O soul. All senses, shows and objects, lead to thee. But now it seems to me sound leads o'er all the rest. I hear the annual singing of the children in St. Paul's Cathedral. Or, under the high roof of some colossal hall, the symphonies. Oratorios of Beethoven, Handel, or Haydn. The creation in billows of godhood laves me. Give me to hold all sounds, I madly struggling cry. Fill me with all the voices of the universe. Endow me with their throbbings, nature's also. The tempests, waters, winds, operas, and chants, marches and dances. Utter, pour in, for I would take them all. 6. Then I woke softly. And pausing, questioning a while the music of my dream. And questioning all those reminiscences, the tempest in its fury. And all the songs of sopranos and tenors. And those rapt oriental dances of religious fervor. And the sweet varied instruments, and the diapason of organs. And all the artless plaints of love and grief and death. I said to my silent curious soul out of the bed of the slumber chamber. Come, for I have found the clue I sought so long. Let us go forth refreshed amid the day. Cheerfully tallying life, walking the world, the real. nourished henceforth by our celestial dream. And I said, moreover, haply what thou hast heard, O soul, was not the sound of winds, nor dream of raging storm, nor sea hawks flapping wings, nor harsh scream, nor vocalism of sun-bright Italy, nor German organ majestic, nor vast concourse of voices, nor layers of harmonies, nor strophes of husbands and wives, nor sound of marching soldiers, nor flutes, nor harps, nor the bugle calls of camps, but to a new rhythmus fitted for thee. Poems bridging the way from life to death, vaguely wafted in night air, uncaught, unwritten, which let us go forth in the bold day and write. Book XXVI. Passage to India. 1. Singing my days. Singing the great achievements of the present. Singing the strong light works of engineers. Our modern wonders, the antique ponderous seven outvied. In the old world the east the Suez Canal. The new by its mighty railroad spanned. The seas inlaid with eloquent gentle wires. Yet first to sound, and ever sound, the cry with thee, O soul. The past. The past. The past. The past, the dark unfathomed retrospect. The teeming gulf, the sleepers and the shadows. The past, the infinite greatness of the past. For what is the present after all but a growth out of the past? As a projectile formed, impelled, passing a certain line, still keeps on. So the present, utterly formed, impelled by the past. 2. Passage, O soul, to India. Eclaircise the myths Asiatic, the primitive fables. Not you alone proud truths of the world. Nor you alone ye facts of modern science. But myths and fables of Eld, Asia's, Africa's fables. The far-darting beams of the spirit, the unloosed dreams. The deep-diving Bibles and legends. The daring plots of the poets, the elder religions. O you temples fairer than lilies poured over by the rising sun. O you fables spurning the known, eluding the hold of the known. Mounting to heaven. You lofty and dazzling towers, pinnacled, red as roses, burnished with gold. Towers of fables immortal fashioned from mortal dreams. You too I welcome and fully the same as the rest. You too with joy I sing. Passage to India. Lo, soul, seest thou not God's purpose from the first? The earth to be spanned, connected by network. The races, neighbors, to marry and be given in marriage. The oceans to be crossed, the distant brought near. The lands to be welded together. A worship new I sing. You captains, voyagers, explorers, yours. You engineers, you architects, machinists, yours. You, not for trade or transportation only, but in God's name, and for thy sake, O soul. 3. Passage to India. Lo, soul, for thee of tableaus twain. I see in one the Suez Canal initiated, opened. I see the procession of steamships, the empress and genies leading the van. I mark from on deck the strange landscape, the pure sky, the level sand in the distance. I pass swiftly the picturesque groups, the workmen gathered. The gigantic dredging machines. In one again, different, yet thine, all thine, O soul, the same. I see over my own continent the Pacific Railroad surmounting every barrier. I see continual trains of cars winding along the Platte carrying freight and passengers. I hear the locomotives rushing and roaring, and the shrill steam whistle. I hear the echoes reverberate through the grandest scenery in the world. I cross the Laramie Plains, I note the rocks in grotesque shapes. The buttes. I see the plentiful larkspur and wild onions, the barren, colorless sage deserts. I see in glimpses afar or towering immediately above me the great mountains. I see the Wind River and the Wasatch Mountains. I see the Monument Mountain and the Eagle's Nest. I pass the promontory, I ascend the Nevadas. I scan the noble Elk Mountain and wind around its base. I see the Humboldt Range, I thread the valley and cross the river. I see the clear waters of Lake Tahoe, I see forests of majestic pines. Or crossing the great desert, the alkaline plains, I behold enchanting mirages of waters and meadows. Marking through these and after all, in duplicate slender lines. Bridging the 3 or 4,000 miles of land travel. Tying the eastern to the western sea. The road between Europe and Asia. Agenos thy dream, thy dream. Centuries after thou art laid in thy grave. The shore thou foundest verifies thy dream. 4. Passage to India. Struggles of many a captain, tales of many a sailor dead. Over my mood stealing and spreading they come. Like clouds and cloudlets in the unreached sky. Along all history, down the slopes. As a rivulet running, sinking now, and now again to the surface rising. A ceaseless thought, a varied train low, soul, to thee, thy side. They rise. The plans, the voyages again, the expeditions. Again Vasco da Gama sails forth. Again the knowledge gained, the mariner's compass. Lands found and nations born, thou born America. For purpose vast, man's long probation filled. Thou wrongdoer of the world at last accomplished. 5. O vast wrongdoer, swimming in space. Covered all over with visible power and beauty. Alternate light and day and the teeming spiritual darkness. Unspeakable high processions of sun and moon and countless stars above. Below, the manifold grass and waters, animals, mountains, trees. With inscrutable purpose, some hidden prophetic intention. Now first it seems my thought begins to span thee. Down from the gardens of Asia descending radiating. Adam and Eve appear, then their myriad progeny after them. Wandering, yearning, curious, with restless explorations. With questionings, baffled, formless, feverish, with never happy hearts. With that sad incessant refrain, wherefore unsatisfied soul? And whither, O mocking life? Ah, who shall soothe these feverish children? Who justify these restless explorations? Who speak the secret of impassive earth? Who bind it to us? What is this separate nature so unnatural? What is this earth to our affections? Unloving earth, without a throb to answer ours. Cold earth, the place of graves. Yet soul, be sure the first intent remains, and shall be carried out. Perhaps even now the time has arrived. After the seas are all crossed, as they seem already crossed. After the great captains and engineers have accomplished their work. After the noble inventors, after the scientists, the chemist, the geologist, ethnologist. Finally shall come the poet worthy that name. The true Son of God shall come singing his songs. Then not your deeds only, O voyagers, O scientists and inventors, shall be justified. All these hearts as of fretted children shall be soothed. All affection shall be fully responded to, the secret shall be told. All these separations and gaps shall be taken up and hooked and linked together. The whole earth, this cold, impassive, voiceless earth, shall be completely justified. Trinitas divine shall be gloriously accomplished and compacted by the true Son of God, the poet. He shall indeed pass the straits and conquer the mountains. He shall double the Cape of Good Hope to some purpose. Nature and man shall be disjoined and diffused no more. The true Son of God shall absolutely fuse them. 6. Year at whose wide-flung door I sing. Year of the purpose accomplished. Year of the marriage of continents, climates, and oceans. No mere doge of Venice now wedding the Adriatic. I see, O year, in you the vast terraqueous globe given and giving all. Europe to Asia, Africa joined, and they to the New World. The lands, geographies, dancing before you, holding a festival garland. As brides and bridegrooms hand in hand. Passage to India. Cooling airs from Caucasus far, soothing cradle of man. the river Euphrates flowing, the past lit up again. Lo soul, the retrospect brought forward. The old, most populous, wealthiest of earth's lands. The streams of the Indus and the Ganges and their many affluents. I my shores of America walking today behold, resuming all. The tale of Alexander on his warlike marches suddenly dying. On one side China and on the other side Persia and Arabia. To the south the great seas and the Bay of Bengal. The flowing literatures, tremendous epics, religions, castes. Old occult Brahma interminably far back, the tender and junior Buddha. Central and southern empires and all their belongings, possessors. The wars of Tamerlane, the reign of Aurangzeb. The traders, rulers, explorers, Muslims, Venetians, Byzantium, the Arabs, Portuguese. The first travelers famous yet, Marco Polo, Batauta the Moor. Doubts to be solved, the map incognita, blanks to be filled. The foot of man unstayed, the hands never at rest. Thyself, O soul, that will not brook a challenge. The medieval navigators rise before me. The world of 1492, with its awakened enterprise. Something swelling in humanity now like the sap of the earth in spring. The sunset splendor of chivalry declining. And who art thou, sad shade? Gigantic, visionary, thyself a visionary. With majestic limbs and pious beaming eyes. Spreading around with every look of thine a golden world. Inhuing it with gorgeous hues. As the chief historian. Down to the footlights walks in some great China. Dominating the rest I see the admiral himself. History's type of courage, action, faith. Behold him sail from Palos leading his little fleet. His voyage behold, his return, his great fame. His misfortunes, calumniators, behold him a prisoner, chained. Behold his dejection, poverty, death. Curious in time I stand, noting the efforts of heroes. Is the deferment long? Bitter the slander, poverty, death. Lies the seed unrecked for centuries in the ground? Lo, to God's due occasion. Uprising in the night, it sprouts, blooms, and fills the earth with use and beauty. 7. Passage indeed, O soul, to primal thought. Not lands and seas alone, thy own clear freshness. The young maturity of brood and bloom. To realms of budding Bibles. O soul, repressless, I with thee and thou with me. Thy circumnavigation of the world begin. Of man, the voyage of his mind's return. To reason's early paradise. Back, back to wisdom's birth, to innocent intuitions. Again with fair creation. 8. Oh, we can wait no longer. We too take ship, O soul. Joyous we too launch out on trackless seas. Fearless for unknown shores on waves of ecstasy to sail. Amid the wafting winds, thou pressing me to thee, I thee to me, O soul. Caroling free, singing our song of God. Chanting our chant of pleasant exploration. With laugh and many a kiss. Let others deprecate, let others weep for sin, remorse, humiliation. O soul, thou pleasest me, I thee. Ah, more than any priest, O soul, we too believe in God. But with the mystery of God we dare not dally. O soul, thou pleasest me, I thee. Sailing these seas or on the hills, or waking in the night. Thoughts, silent thoughts, of time and space and death, like waters flowing. Bear me indeed as through the regions infinite. Whose air I breathe, whose ripples hear, lave me all over. Bathe me, O God, in thee, mounting to thee. I and my soul to range in range of thee. O thou transcendent. Nameless, the fiber and the breath. Light of the light, shedding forth universes, thou center of them. Thou mightier center of the true, the good, the loving. Thou moral, spiritual fountain, affection's source, thou reservoir. O pensive soul of me, O thirst unsatisfied, waitest not there? Waitest not haply for us somewhere there, the comrade perfect? thou pulse, thou motive of the stars, suns, systems, that, circling, move in order, safe, harmonious, athwart the shapeless vastnesses of space. How should I think, how breathe a single breath, how speak, if, out of myself, I could not launch, to those, superior universes? Swiftly I shrivel at the thought of God, at nature and its wonders, time and space and death. But that I, turning, call to thee, O soul, thou actual me. And lo, thou gently masterest the orbs. Thou madest time, smilest content at death. And fillest, swellest full the vastnesses of space. Greater than stars or suns. Bounding, O soul, thou journeyest forth. What love than thine and ours could wider amplify? What aspirations, wishes, outvie thine and ours, O soul? What dreams of the ideal? What plans of purity, perfection, strength? What cheerful willingness for others' sake to give up all? For others' sake to suffer all? Reckoning ahead, O soul, when thou, the time achieved, the seas all crossed, weathered the capes, the voyage done, surrounded, copest, frontest God, yieldest, the aim attained. As filled with friendship, love complete, the elder brother found. The younger melts in fondness in his arms. 9. Passage to more than India. Are thy wings plumed indeed for such far flights? O soul, voyagest thou indeed on voyages like those? Disp ortest thou on waters such as those? Soundest below the Sanskrit and the Vedas. Then have thy bent unleashed. Passage to you, your shores, ye aged fierce enigmas. Passage to you, to mastership of you, ye strangling problems. You, strewed with the wrecks of skeletons, that, living, never reached you. Passage to more than India. O secret of the earth and sky. Of you, O waters of the sea. O winding creeks and rivers. Of you, O woods and fields. Of you, strong mountains of my land. Of you, O prairies. Of you, grey rocks. O morning red. O clouds. O rain and snows. O day and night, passage to you. O sun and moon and all you stars. Sirius and Jupiter. Passage to you. Passage, immediate passage. The blood burns in my veins. Away, O soul. Hoist instantly the anchor. Cut the hawsers, haul out, shake out every sail. Have we not stood here like trees in the ground long enough? Have we not grovelled here long enough, eating and drinking like mere brutes? Have we not darkened and dazed ourselves with books long enough? Sail forth, steer for the deep waters only. Reckless, O soul, exploring, I with thee, and thou with me. For we are bound where mariner has not yet dared to go. And we will risk the ship, ourselves and all. O my brave soul! O farther, farther sail! O daring joy, but safe! Are they not all the seas of God? O farther, farther, farther sail! Book XXVII. Prayer of Columbus. A battered, wrecked old man. Thrown on this savage shore, far, far from home. Pent by the sea and dark rebellious brows, 12 dreary months. Sore, stiff with many toils, sickened, and nigh to death. I take my way along the island's edge. Venting a heavy heart. I am too full of woe. Haply I may not live another day. I cannot rest, O God, I cannot eat or drink or sleep. Till I put forth myself, my prayer, once more to thee. Breathe, bathe myself once more in thee, commune with thee. Report myself once more to thee. Thou knowest my years entire, my life. My long and crowded life of active work, not adoration merely. Thou knowest the prayers and vigils of my youth. Thou knowest my manhood's solemn and visionary meditations. Thou knowest how before I commenced I devoted all to come to thee. Thou knowest I have in age ratified all those vows and strictly kept them. Thou knowest I have not once lost nor faith nor ecstasy in thee. In shackles, prisoned, in disgrace, repining not. Accepting all from thee, as duly come from thee. All my emprises have been filled with thee. My speculations, plans, begun and carried on in thoughts of thee. Sailing the deep or journeying the land for thee. Intentions, purports, aspirations mine, leaving results to thee. Oh, I am sure they really came from thee. The urge, the ardor, the unconquerable will. The potent, felt, interior command, stronger than words. A message from the heavens whispering to me even in sleep. These sped me on. By me and these the work so far accomplished. By me earth's elder cloyed and stifled lands uncloyed, unloosed. By me the hemispheres rounded and tied, the unknown to the known. The end I know not, it is all in thee. Or small or great I know not haply what broad fields, what lands. Haply the brutish measureless human undergrowth I know. Transplanted there may rise to stature, knowledge worthy thee. Haply the swords I know may there indeed be turned to reaping tools. Haply the lifeless cross I know, Europe's dead cross, may bud and blossom there. One effort more, my altar this bleak sand. That thou, O God, my life hast lighted. With ray of light, steady, ineffable, vouchsafed of thee. Light rare untellable, lighting the very light. Beyond all signs, descriptions, languages. For that, O God, be it my latest word, here on my knees. Old, poor, and paralyzed, I thank thee. My terminus near. The clouds already closing in upon me. The voyage balked, the course disputed, lost. I yield my ships to thee. My hands, my limbs grow nerveless. My brain feels racked, bewildered. Let the old timbers part, I will not part. I will cling fast to thee, O God, though the waves buffet me. Thee at least I know. Is it the prophet's thought I speak, or am I raving? What do I know of life? What of myself? I know not even my own work past or present. Dim ever-shifting guesses of it spread before me. Of newer better worlds, their mighty parturition. Mocking, perplexing me. And these things I see suddenly, what mean they? As if some miracle, some hand divine unsealed my eyes. Shadowy vast shapes smile through the air and sky. And on the distant waves sail countless ships. And anthems in new tongues I hear saluting me. Book XXVIII. The Sleepers. 1. I wander all night in my vision. Stepping with light feet, swiftly and noiselessly stepping and stopping. Bending with open eyes over the shut eyes of sleepers. Wandering and confused, lost to myself, ill-assorted, contradictory. Pausing, gazing, bending, and stopping. How solemn they look there, stretched and still. How quiet they breathe, the little children in their cradles. The wretched features of ennuis, the white features of corpses, the livid faces of drunkards, the sick grey faces of onanists. The gashed bodies on battlefields, the insane in their strong-doored rooms, the sacred idiots, the newborn emerging from gates, and the dying emerging from gates. The night pervades them and enfolds them. The married couple sleep calmly in their bed, he with his palm on the hip of the wife, and she with her palm on the hip of the husband. The sisters sleep lovingly side by side in their bed. The men sleep lovingly side by side in theirs. And the mother sleeps with her little child carefully wrapped. The blind sleep, and the deaf and dumb sleep. The prisoner sleeps well in the prison, the runaway son sleeps. The murderer that is to be hung next day, how does he sleep? And the murdered person, how does he sleep? The female that loves unrequited sleeps. And the male that loves unrequited sleeps. The head of the money maker that plotted all day sleeps. And the enraged and treacherous dispositions, all sleep. I stand in the dark with drooping eyes by the worst suffering and the most restless. I pass my hands soothingly to and fro a few inches from them. The restless sink in their beds, they fitfully sleep. Now I pierce the darkness, new beings appear. The earth recedes from me into the night. I saw that it was beautiful, and I see that what is not the earth is beautiful. I go from bedside to bedside, I sleep close with the other sleepers. Each in turn. I dream in my dream all the dreams of the other dreamers. And I become the other dreamers. I am a dance play up there. The fit is whirling me fast. I am the ever laughing, it is new moon and twilight. I see the hiding of douceurs, I see nimble ghosts whichever way look. Cache and cache again deep in the ground and see, and where it is. Neither ground nor sea. Well do they do their jobs those journeymen divine. Only from me can they hide nothing, and would not if they could. I reckon I am their boss and they make me a pet besides. And surround me and lead me and run ahead when I walk. To lift their cunning covers to signify me with stretched arms, and resume the way. Onward we move, a gay gang of blackguards. With mirth shouting, music and wild flapping pennants of joy. I am the actor, the actress, the voter, the politician. The emigrant and the exile, the criminal that stood in the box. He who has been famous and he who shall be famous after today. The stammerer, the well-formed person, the wasted or feeble person. I am she who adorned herself and folded her hair expectantly. My truant lover has come, and it is dark. Double yourself and receive me, darkness. Receive me and my lover too, he will not let me go without him. I roll myself upon you as upon a bed, I resign myself to the dusk. He whom I call answers me and takes the place of my lover. He rises with me silently from the bed. Darkness, you are gentler than my lover, his flesh was sweaty and panting. I feel the hot moisture yet that he left me. My hands are spread forth, I pass them in all directions. I would sound up the shadowy shore to which you are journeying. Be careful, darkness. Already what was it touched me? I thought my lover had gone, else darkness and he are one. I hear the heart beat, I follow, I fade away. 2. I descend my western course, my sinews are flaccid. Perfume and youth course through me and I am their wake. It is my face yellow and wrinkled instead of the old woman's. I sit low in a straw-bottom chair and carefully darn my grandson's stockings. It is I too, the sleepless widow looking out on the winter midnight. I see the sparkles of starshine on the icy and pallid earth. A shroud I see and I am the shroud, I wrap a body and lie in the coffin. It is dark here underground, it is not evil or pain here, it is blank here, for reasons. It seems to me that everything in the light and air ought to be happy. Whoever is not in his coffin and the dark grave, let him know he has enough. 3. I see a beautiful gigantic swimmer swimming naked through the eddies of the sea. His brown hair lies close and even to his head, he strikes out with courageous arms, he urges himself with his legs. I see his white body, I see his undaunted eyes. I hate the swift running eddies that would dash him head foremost on the rocks. What are you doing, you ruffianly red trickled waves? Will you kill the courageous giant? Will you kill him in the prime of his middle age? Steady and long he struggles. He is baffled, banged, bruised, he holds out while his strength holds out. The slapping eddies are spotted with his blood, they bear him away. They roll him, swing him, turn him. His beautiful body is borne in the circling eddies, it is continually bruised on rocks. Swiftly and out of sight is borne the brave corpse. 4. I turn but do not extricate myself. Confused, a past reading, another, but with darkness yet. The beach is cut by the razory ice wind, the wreck guns sound. The tempest lulls, the moon comes floundering through the drifts. I look where the ship helplessly heads end on, I hear the burst as she strikes, I hear the howls of dismay, they grow fainter and fainter. I cannot aid with my ringing fingers. I can but rush to the surf and let it drench me and freeze upon me. I search with the crowd, not one of the company is washed to us alive. In the morning I help pick up the dead and lay them in rows in a barn. 5. Now of the older war days, the defeat at Brooklyn. Washington stands inside the lines, he stands on the entrenched hills amid a crowd of officers. His face is cold and damp, he cannot repress the weeping drops. He lifts the glass perpetually to his eyes, the color is blanched from his cheeks. He sees the slaughter of the Southern braves confided to him by their parents. The same at last, and at last when peace is declared. He stands in the room of the old tavern, the well-beloved soldiers. All pass through. The officers speechless and slow draw near in their turns. The chief encircles their necks with his arm and kisses them on the cheek. He kisses lightly the wet cheeks one after another, he shakes hands. And bids goodbye to the army. 6. Now what my mother told me one day as we sat at dinner together. Of when she was a nearly grown girl living home with her parents on the old homestead. A red squaw came one breakfast time to the old homestead. On her back she carried a bundle of rushes for rush bottoming chairs. Her hair, straight, shiny, coarse, black, profuse, half enveloped. Her face. Her step was free and elastic, and her voice sounded exquisitely as she spoke. My mother looked in delight and amazement at the stranger. She looked at the freshness of her tall-born face and full and pliant limbs. The more she looked upon her she loved her. Never before had she seen such wonderful beauty and purity. She made her sit on a bench by the jamb of the fireplace, she cooked food for her. She had no work to give her, but she gave her remembrance and fondness. The red squaw stayed all the forenoon, and toward the middle of the afternoon she went away. Oh, my mother was loath to have her go away. All the week she thought of her, she watched for her many a month. She remembered her many a winter and many a summer. But the red squaw never came nor was heard of there again. 7. A show of the summer softness, a contact of something unseen, a moor of the light and air. I am jealous and overwhelmed with friendliness. And will go gollivant with the light and air myself. O love and summer, you are in the dreams and in me. Autumn and winter are in the dreams, the farmer goes with his thrift. The droves and crops increase, the barns are well filled. Elements merge in the night, ships make tacks in the dreams. The sailor sails, the exile returns home. The fugitive returns unharmed, the immigrant is back beyond months and years. The poor Irishman lives in the simple house of his childhood with the well-known neighbors and faces. They warmly welcome him, he is barefoot again, he forgets he is well off. The Dutchman voyages home, and the Scotchman and Welshman voyage home, and the native of the Mediterranean voyages home. To every port of England, France, Spain, enter well-filled ships. The Swiss foots it toward his hills, the Prussian goes his way, the Hungarian his way, and the Pole his way. The Swede returns, and the Dane and Norwegian return. The homeward bound and the outward bound. The beautiful lost swimmer, the ennuyé, the onanist, the female that loves unrequited, the money maker. The actor and actress, those through with their parts and those waiting to commence. The affectionate boy, the husband and wife, the voter, the nominee that is chosen and the nominee that has failed. The great already known and the great any time after today. The stammerer, the sick, the perfect formed, the homely. The criminal that stood in the box, the judge that sat and sentenced him, the fluent lawyers, the jury, the audience. The laugher and weeper, the dancer, the midnight widow, the red squaw. The consumptive, the erysipelalite, the idiot, he that is wronged. The antipodes, and every one between this and them in the dark. I swear they are averaged now, one is no better than the other. The night and sleep have likened them and restored them. I swear they are all beautiful. Every one that sleeps is beautiful, everything in the dim light is beautiful. The wildest and bloodiest is over, and all is peace. Peace is always beautiful. The myth of heaven indicates peace and night. The myth of heaven indicates the soul. The soul is always beautiful, it appears more or it appears less, it comes or it lags behind. It comes from its embowered garden and looks pleasantly on itself. And encloses the world. Perfect and clean the genitals previously jetting and perfect and clean the womb cohering. The head well grown proportioned and plumb, and the bowels and joints proportioned and plumb. The soul is always beautiful. The universe is duly in order, everything is in its place. What has arrived is in its place and what waits shall be in its place. The twisted skull waits, the watery or rotten blood waits. The child of the glutton or venereally waits long, and the child of the drunkard waits long, and the drunkard himself waits long. The sleepers that lived and died wait, the far advanced are to go on in their turns, and the far behind are to come on in their turns. The diverse shall be no less diverse, but they shall flow and unite. They unite now. 8. The sleepers are very beautiful as they lie unclothed. They flow hand in hand over the whole earth from east to west as they lie unclothed. The Asiatic and African are hand in hand, the European and American are hand in hand. Learned and unlearned are hand in hand, and male and female are hand in hand. The bare arm of the girl crosses the bare breast of her lover, they press close without lust, his lips press her neck. The father holds his grown or ungrown son in his arms with measureless love, and the son holds the father in his arms with measureless love. The white hair of the mother shines on the white wrist of the daughter. The breath of the boy goes with the breath of the man, friend is enarmed by friend. The scholar kisses the teacher and the teacher kisses the scholar. The wrong deed made right. The call of the slave is one with the master's call, and the master salutes the slave. The felon steps forth from the prison, the insane becomes sane, the suffering of sick persons is relieved. The sweatings and fevers stop, the throat that was unsound is sound. The lungs of the consumptive are resumed, the poor distressed head is free. The joints of the rheumatic move as smoothly as ever, and smoother than ever. Stiflings and passages open, the paralyzed become supple. The swelled and convulsed and congested awake to themselves in condition. They pass the invigoration of the night and the chemistry of the night, and awake. I too pass from the night. I stay a while away, O night, but I return to you again and love you. Why should I be afraid to trust myself to you? I am not afraid, I have been well brought forward by you. I love the rich running day, but I do not desert her in whom I lay so long. I know not how I came of you and I know not where I go with you, but I know I came well and shall go well. I will stop only a time with the night, and rise betimes. I will duly pass the day, O my mother, and duly return to you. Transpositions. Let the reformers descend from the stands where they are forever. Bawling, let an idiot or insane person appear on each of the stands. Let judges and criminals be transposed, let the prison keepers be put in prison, let those that were prisoners take the keys. Let them that distrust birth and death lead the rest. Book XXIX. To think of time. 1. To think of time, of all that retrospection. To think of today, and the ages continued henceforward. Have you guessed you yourself would not continue? Have you dreaded these earth beetles? Have you feared the future would be nothing to you? Is today nothing? Is the beginningless past nothing? If the future is nothing, they are just as surely nothing. To think that the sun rose in the east, that men and women were flexible, real, alive, that everything was alive. To think that you and I did not see, feel, think, nor bear our part. To think that we are now here and bear our part. 2. Not a day passes, not a minute or second without an accouchement. Not a day passes, not a minute or second without a corpse. The dull nights go over and the dull days also. The soreness of lying so much in bed goes over. The physician after long putting off gives the silent and terrible look for an answer. The children come hurried and weeping, and the brothers and sisters are sent for. Medicines stand unused on the shelf, the camphor smell has long pervaded the rooms. The faithful hand of the living does not desert the hand of the dying. The twitching lips press lightly on the forehead of the dying. The breath ceases and the pulse of the heart ceases. The corpse stretches on the bed and the living look upon it. It is palpable as the living are palpable. The living look upon the corpse with their eyesight. But without eyesight lingers a different living and looks curiously on the corpse. 3. To think the thought of death merged in the thought of materials. To think of all these wonders of city and country, and others taking great interest in them, and we taking no interest in them. To think how eager we are in building our houses. To think others shall be just as eager, and we quite indifferent. I see one building the house that serves him a few years, or 70 or 80 years at most. I see one building the house that serves him longer than that. Slow moving and black lines creep over the whole earth, they never cease, they are the burial lines. He that was president was buried, and he that is now president shall surely be buried. 4. A reminiscence of the vulgar fate. A frequent sample of the life and death of workmen. Each after his kind. Cold dash of waves at the ferry wharf, posh, and ice in the river. Half-frozen mud in the streets. A grey discouraged sky overhead, the short last daylight of December. A hearse and stages, the funeral of an old Broadway stage driver. The cortege mostly drivers. Steady the trot to the cemetery, duly rattles the death bell. The gate is passed, the new dug grave is halted at, the living alight, the hearse uncloses. The coffin is passed out, lowered and settled, the whip is laid on the coffin, the earth is swiftly shoveled in. The mound above is flattened with the spade's silence. A minute no one moves or speaks, it is done. He is decently put away, is there anything more? He was a good fellow, free-mouthed, quick-tempered, not bad-looking. Ready with life or death for a friend, fond of women, gambled, ate hearty, drank hearty. Had known what it was to be flush, grew low-spirited toward the last, sickened, was helped by a contribution. Died, aged 41 years, and that was his funeral. Thumb extended, finger uplifted, apron, cape, gloves, strap. Wet weather clothes, whip carefully chosen. Boss, spotter, starter, hostler, somebody loafing on you, you. Loafing on somebody, headway, man before and man behind. Good day's work, bad day's work, pet stock, mean stock, first out, last out, turning in at night. To think that these are so much and so nigh to other drivers, and he there takes no interest in them. 5. The markets, the government, the working man's wages, to think what account they are through our nights and days. To think that other working men will make just as great account of them, yet we make little or no account. The vulgar and the refined, what you call sin and what you call goodness, to think how wide a difference. To think the difference will still continue to others, yet we lie beyond the difference. To think how much pleasure there is. Do you enjoy yourself in the city? Or engaged in business? Or planning a nomination and election? Or with your wife and family? Or with your mother and sisters? Or in womanly housework? Or the beautiful maternal cares? These also flow onward to others, you and I flow onward. but in due time you and I shall take less interest in them. Your farm, profits, crops, to think how engrossed you are. To think there will still be farms, profits, crops, yet for you of what avail? 6. What will be well, for what is well. To take interest is well, and not to take interest shall be well. The domestic joys, the daily housework or business, the building of houses, are not phantasms, they have weight, form, location. Farms, profits, crops, markets, wages, government, are none of them phantasms. The difference between sin and goodness is no delusion. The earth is not an echo, man and his life and all the things of his life are well considered. You are not thrown to the winds, you gather certainly and safely. Around yourself. 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 Yourself, for ever and ever. 7. It is not to diffuse you that you were born of your mother and father, it is to identify you. It is not that you should be undecided, but that you should be decided. Something long preparing and formless is arrived and formed in you. You are henceforth secure, whatever comes or goes. The threads that were spun are gathered, the wet crosses the warp. The pattern is systematic. The preparations have every one been justified. The orchestra have sufficiently tuned their instruments, the baton has given the signal. The guest that was coming, he waited long, he is now housed. He is one of those who are beautiful and happy, he is one of those that to look upon and be with is enough. The law of the past cannot be eluded. The law of the present and future cannot be eluded. The law of the living cannot be eluded, it is eternal. The law of promotion and transformation cannot be eluded. The law of heroes and good doers cannot be eluded. The law of drunkards, informers, mean persons, not one iota thereof can be eluded. 8. Slow-moving and black lines go ceaselessly over the earth. Northerner goes carried and southerner goes carried, and they on the Atlantic side and they on the Pacific. And they between, and all through the Mississippi country, and all over the earth. The great masters and cosmos are well as they go, the heroes and good doers are well. The known leaders and inventors and the rich owners and pious and distinguished may be well. But there is more account than that, there is strict account of all. The interminable hordes of the ignorant and wicked are not nothing. The barbarians of Africa and Asia are not nothing. The perpetual successions of shallow people are not nothing as they go. Of and in all these things, I have dreamed that we are not to be changed so much, nor the law of us changed. I have dreamed that heroes and good doers shall be under the present and past law, and that murderers, drunkards, liars, shall be under the present and past law. For I have dreamed that the law they are under now is enough. And I have dreamed that the purpose and essence of the known life, the transient, is to form and decide identity for the unknown life, the permanent. If all came but to ashes of dung, if maggots and rats ended us, then alarum. For we are betrayed. Then indeed suspicion of death. Do you suspect death? If I were to suspect death I should die now. Do you think I could walk pleasantly and well suited toward annihilation? Pleasantly and well suited I walk. Whither I walk I cannot define, but I know it is good. The whole universe indicates that it is good. The past and the present indicate that it is good. How beautiful and perfect are the animals! How perfect the earth, and the minutest thing upon it! What is called good is perfect, and what is called bad is just as perfect. The vegetables and minerals are all perfect, and the imponderable fluids perfect. Slowly and surely they have passed on to this, and slowly and surely they yet pass on. 9. I swear I think now that everything without exception has an eternal soul. The trees have, rooted in the ground. The weeds of the sea have The animals. I swear I think there is nothing but immortality. That the exquisite scheme is for it, and the nebulous float is for it, and the cohering is for it. And all preparation is for it, and identity is for it, and life and materials are altogether for it. Book XXX. Whispers of Heavenly Death. Darest thou now, O soul? Darest thou now, O soul? Walk out with me toward the unknown region, where neither ground is for the feet nor any path to follow. No map there, nor guide, nor voice sounding, nor touch of human hand, nor face with blooming flesh, nor lips, nor eyes, are in that land. I know it not, O soul. Nor dost thou. All is a blank before us. All waits undreamed of in that region, that inaccessible land. Till when the ties loosen. All but the ties eternal, time and space. Nor darkness, gravitation, sense, nor any bounds bounding us. Then we burst forth, we float. In time and space, O soul, prepared for them. Equal, equipped at last, O joy. O fruit of all, them to fulfill, O soul. Whispers of heavenly death. Whispers of heavenly death murmured I hear. Labial gossip of night, sibilant chorals. Footsteps gently ascending, mystical breezes wafted soft and low. Ripples of unseen rivers, tides of a current flowing, forever flowing. Or is it the plashing of tears, the measureless waters of human tears? I see, just see skyward, great cloud masses. Mournfully slowly they roll, silently swelling and mixing. With at times a half-dimmed saddened far-off star. Appearing and disappearing. Some parturition rather, some solemn immortal birth. On the frontiers to eyes impenetrable. Some soul is passing over. Chanting the square deific. 1. Chanting the square deific, out of the one advancing, out of the sides. Out of the old and new, out of the square entirely divine. Solid, four-sided, all the sides needed, from this side Jehovah am I. Old Brahmi, and I Saturnius am. Not time affects me, I am time, old, modern as any. Unpersuadable, relentless, executing righteous judgments. As the earth, the Father, the brown old Cronus, with laws. Aged beyond computation, yet never new, ever with those mighty laws rolling. Relentless, I forgive no man, whoever sins dies I will have that man's life. Therefore let none expect mercy have the seasons, gravitation, the appointed days, mercy. No more have I. But as the seasons and gravitation, and as all the appointed days. That forgive not. I dispense from this side judgments inexorable without the least remorse. 2. Consolator most mild, the promised one advancing. With gentle hand extended, the mightier God am I. Foretold by prophets and poets in their most rapt prophecies and poems. From this side, lo. The Lord Christ gazes low. Hermes I lo. Mine is Hercules' face. All sorrow, labor, suffering, I, tallying it, absorb in myself. Many times have I been rejected, taunted, put in prison, and crucified, and many times shall be again. All the world have I given up for my dear brothers and sisters' sake, for the soul's sake. Wending my way through the homes of men, rich or poor, with the kiss of affection. For I am affection, I am the cheer-bringing God, with hope and all-enclosing charity. With indulgent words as to children, with fresh and sane words, mine only. Young and strong I pass, knowing well I am destined myself to an early death. But my charity has no death, my wisdom dies not, neither early nor late. And my sweet love bequeathed here and elsewhere never dies. 3. Aloof, dissatisfied, plotting revolt. Comrade of criminals, brother of slaves. Crafty, despised, a drudge, ignorant. With sudra face and worn brow, black, but in the depths of my heart. Proud as any. Lifted now and always against whoever scorning assumes to rule me. Morose, full of guile, full of reminiscences, brooding, with many wiles. Though it was thought I was baffled, and dispelled, and my wiles done, but that will never be. Defiant, I, Satan, still live, still utter words, in new lands duly appearing, and old ones also. Permanent here from my side, warlike, equal with any, real as any. Nor time nor change shall ever change me or my words. 4. Santa Spirita, breather, life. Beyond the light, lighter than light. Beyond the flames of hell, joyous, leaping easily above hell. Beyond paradise, perfumed solely with mine own perfume. Including all life on earth, touching, including God, including Savior and Satan. Ethereal, pervading all, for without me what were all, what were God? Essence of forms, life of the real identities, permanent, positive. Namely the unseen. Life of the great round world, the sun and stars, and of man, I, the general soul. Here the square finishing, the solid, I the most solid. Breathe my breath also through these songs. Of him I love day and night. Of him I love day and night. I dreamed I heard he was dead. And I dreamed I went where they had buried him I love, but he was not in that place. And I dreamed I wandered searching among burial places to find him. And I found that every place was a burial place. The houses full of life were equally full of death, this house is now. The streets, the shipping, the places of amusement, the Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, the Mannahatta, were as full of the dead as of the living. And fuller, oh vastly fuller of the dead than of the living. And what I dreamed I will henceforth tell to every person and age. And I stand henceforth bound to what I dreamed. And now I am willing to disregard burial places and dispense with them. And if the memorials of the dead were put up indifferently everywhere, even in the room where I eat or sleep, I should be satisfied. And if the corpse of any one I love, or if my own corpse, be duly rendered to powder and poured in the sea, I shall be satisfied. Or if it be distributed to the winds I shall be satisfied. Yet downcast hours. Yet downcast hours, I know yet also. Weights of lead, how yet clog and cling at my ankles. Earth to a chamber of mourning turns. I hear the o'erweening, mocking voice. Matter is conqueror. Matter, triumphant only, continues onward. Despairing cries float ceaselessly toward me. The call of my nearest lover, putting forth, alarmed, uncertain. The sea I am quickly to sail, come tell me. Come tell me where I am speeding, tell me my destination. I understand your anguish, but I cannot help you. I approach, here, behold, the sad mouth, the look out of the eyes. Your mute inquiry. Whither I go from the bed I recline on, come tell me. Old age, alarmed, uncertain. A young woman's voice, appealing to me for comfort. A young man's voice, shall I not escape? As if a phantom caressed me. As if a phantom caressed me. I thought I was not alone walking here by the shore. But the one I thought was with me as now I walk by the shore, the one I loved that caressed me. As I lean and look through the glimmering light, that one has utterly disappeared. And those appear that are hateful to me and mock me. Assurances. I need no assurances, I am a man who is preoccupied of his own soul. I do not doubt that from under the feet and beside the hands and face I am cognizant of, are now looking faces I am not cognizant of, calm and actual faces. I do not doubt but the majesty and beauty of the world are latent in any iota of the world. I do not doubt I am limitless, and that the universes are limitless. In vain I try to think how limitless. I do not doubt that the orbs and the systems of orbs play their swift sports through the air on purpose, and that I shall one day be eligible to do as much as they, and more than they. I do not doubt that temporary affairs keep on and on millions of years. I do not doubt interiors have their interiors, and exteriors have their exteriors, and that the eyesight has another eyesight, and the hearing another hearing, and the voice another voice. I do not doubt that the passionately wept deaths of young men are provided for, and that the deaths of young women and the deaths of little children are provided for. Did you think life was so well provided for, and death, the purport of all life, is not well provided for? I do not doubt that wrecks at sea, no matter what the horrors of them, no matter whose wife, child, husband, father, lover, has gone down, are provided for, to the minutest points. I do not doubt that whatever can possibly happen anywhere at any time, is provided for in the inherences of things. I do not think life provides for all and for time and space, but I believe heavenly death provides for all. Quicksand years. Quicksand years that whirl me I know not whither. Your schemes, politics, fail, lines give way, substances mock and elude me. Only the theme I sing, the great and strong possessed soul, eludes not. Oneself must never give way, that is the final substance that out of all is sure. Out of politics, triumphs, battles, life, what at last finally remains? When shows break up, what but oneself is sure? That music always round me. That music always round me, unceasing, unbeginning, yet long. Untaught I did not hear. But now the chorus I hear and am elated. A tenor, strong, ascending with power and health, with glad notes of daybreak I hear. A soprano at intervals sailing buoyantly over the tops of immense waves. A transparent bass shuddering lusciously under and through the universe. The triumphant tutti, the funeral wailings with sweet flutes and violins, all these I fill myself with. I hear not the volumes of sound merely, I am moved by the exquisite meanings. I listen to the different voices winding in and out, striving, contending with fiery vehemence to excel each other in emotion. I do not think the performers know themselves, but now I think, begin to know them. What ship puzzled at sea? What ship puzzled at sea, cons for the true reckoning? Or coming in, to avoid the bars and follow the channel a perfect pilot needs? Here, sailor. Here, ship. Take aboard the most perfect pilot, whom, in a little boat, putting off and rowing, I hailing you offer. A noiseless patient spider. A noiseless patient spider. I marked where on a little promontory it stood isolated. Marked how to explore the vacant vast surrounding. It launched forth filament, filament, filament out of itself. Ever unreeling them, ever tirelessly speeding them. And you, O my soul, where you stand. Surrounded, detached, in measureless oceans of space. Ceaselessly musing, venturing, throwing, seeking the spheres to connect them. Till the bridge you will need be formed, till the ductile anchor hold. Till the gossamer thread you fling catch somewhere, O my soul. O living always, always dying. O living always, always dying. O the burials of me past and present. O me while I stride ahead, material, visible, imperious as ever. O me, what I was for years, now dead, I lament not, I am content. O to disengage myself from those corpses of me, which I turn and look at where I cast them. To pass on, O living, always living, and leave the corpses behind. To one shortly to die. From all the rest I single out you, having a message for you. You are to die, let others tell you what they please, I cannot prevaricate. I am exact and merciless, but I love you, there is no escape for you. Softly I lay my right hand upon you, Ust feel it? I do not argue, I bend my head close and half envelop it. I sit quietly by, I remain faithful. I am more than nurse, more than parent or neighbor. I absolve you from all except yourself spiritual bodily, that is eternal, you yourself will surely escape. The corpse you will leave will be but excrementitious. The sun bursts through in unlooked-for directions. Strong thoughts fill you and confidence, you smile. You forget you are sick, as I forget you are sick. You do not see the medicines, you do not mind the weeping friends. I am with you. I exclude others from you, there is nothing to be commiserated. I do not commiserate, I congratulate you. Night on the prairies. Night on the prairies. The supper is over, the fire on the ground burns low. The wearied emigrants sleep, wrapped in their blankets. I walk by myself, I stand and look at the stars, which I think now never realized before. Now I absorb immortality and peace. I admire death and test propositions. How plenteous! How spiritual! How a resume! The same old man and soul, the same old aspirations, and the same content. I was thinking the day most splendid till I saw what the not day exhibited. I was thinking this globe enough till there sprang out so noiseless around me myriads of other globes. Now while the great thoughts of space and eternity fill me, I will measure myself by them. And now touched with the lives of other globes arrived as far along as those of the earth, or waiting to arrive, or passed on farther than those of the earth. I henceforth no more ignore them than I ignore my own life. Or the lives of the earth arrived as far as mine, or waiting to arrive. Oh, I see now that life cannot exhibit all to me, as the day cannot. I see that I am to wait for what will be exhibited by death. Thought. As I sit with others at a great feast, suddenly while the music is playing, to my mind, whence it comes I know not, spectral in mist of a wreck at sea. Of certain ships, how they sail from port with flying streamers and wafted kisses, and that is the last of them. Of the solemn and murky mystery about the fate of the president. Of the flower of the marine science of 50 generations foundered off the northeast coast and going down, of the steamship Arctic going down. Of the veiled tableau women gathered together on deck, pale, heroic, waiting the moment that draws so close, oh the moment. A huge sob, a few bubbles, the white foam spirting up, and then the women gone, sinking there while the passionless wet flows on, and I now pondering, are those women indeed gone? Are souls drowned and destroyed so? Is only matter triumphant? The last invocation. At the last, tenderly. From the walls of the powerful fortressed house. From the clasp of the knitted locks, from the keep of the well-closed doors. Let me be wafted. Let me glide noiselessly forth. With the key of softness unlock the locks with a whisper. Set ope the doors, O soul. Tenderly, be not impatient. Strong is your hold, O mortal flesh. Strong is your hold, O love. As I watch the ploughman ploughing. As I watched the ploughman ploughing. Or the sower sowing in the fields, or the harvester harvesting. I saw there too, O life and death, your analogies. Life is the tillage, and death is the harvest according. Pensive and faltering. Pensive and faltering. The words the dead I write. For living are the dead. Haply the only living, only real. And I the apparition, I the spectre. Book XXXI. Thou mother with thy equal brood. 1. Thou mother with thy equal brood. Thou varied chain of different states, yet one identity only. A special song before I go I'd sing o'er all the rest. For thee, the future. I'd sow a seed for thee of endless nationality. I'd fashion thy ensemble including body and soul. I'd show a way ahead thy real union, and how it may be accomplished. The paths to the house I seek to make. But leave to those to come the house itself. Belief I sing, and preparation. As life and nature are not great with reference to the present only, but greater still from what is yet to come. Out of that formula for thee I sing. 2. As a strong bird on pinions free, joyous, the amplest spaces heavenward cleaving. Such be the thought I'd think of thee, America. Such be the recitative I'd bring for thee. The conceits of the poets of other lands I'd bring thee not, nor the compliments that have served their turn so long, nor rhyme, nor the classics, nor perfume of foreign court or indoor library. But an odor I'd bring as from forests of pine in Maine, or breath of an Illinois prairie, with open airs of Virginia or Georgia or Tennessee, or from Texas uplands, or Florida's glades, or the Saguenay's black stream, or the wide blue spread of Huron, with presentment of Yellowstone's scenes, or Yosemite. And murmuring under, pervading all, I'd bring the rustling sea sound, that endlessly sounds from the two great seas of the world. And for thy subtler sense subtler refrains, dread mother, preludes of intellect tallying these and thee, mind formulas fitted for thee, real and sane and large as these and thee. Thou, mounting higher, diving deeper than we knew, thou, transcendental union, by thee fact to be justified, blended with thought, thought of man justified, blended with God. Through thy idea, lo, the immortal reality. Through thy reality, lo, the immortal idea. 3. Brain of the new world, what a task is thine! To formulate the modern out of the peerless grandeur of the modern. Out of thyself, comprising science, to recast poems, churches, art. Recast, maybe discard them, and them maybe their work is done. Who knows? By vision, hand, conception, on the background of the mighty past, the dead. To limn with absolute faith the mighty living present. And yet thou living present brain, heir of the dead, the old world brain. Thou that lay folded like an unborn babe within its folds so long. Thou carefully prepared by it so long, haply thou but unfoldest it? Only maturest it? It to eventuate in thee the essence of the bygone time contained in thee. Its poems, churches, arts, unwitting to themselves, destined with reference to thee. Thou but the apples, long, long, long a-growing. The fruit of all the old ripening today in thee. 4. Sail, sail thy best, ship of democracy. Of value is thy freight, 'tis not the present only. The past is also stored in thee. Thou holdest not the venture of thyself alone, not of the western continent alone. Earth's resume entire floats on thy keel, O ship, is steaded by thy spars. With thee time voyages in trust, the antecedent nations sink or swim with thee. With all their ancient struggles, martyrs, heroes, epics, wars, thou bearest the other continents. Theirs as much as thine, the destination port triumphant. Steer then with good strong hand and wary eye, O helmsman, thou carriest great companions. Venerable priestly Asia sails this day with thee, and royal feudal Europe sails with thee. 5. Beautiful world of new superber birth that rises to my eyes, like a limitless golden cloud filling the western sky. Emblem of general maternity lifted above all. Sacred shape of the bearer of daughters and sons. Out of thy teeming womb thy giant babes in ceaseless procession issuing. Acceding from such gestation, taking and giving continual strength and life. World of the real, world of the twain in one. World of the soul, born by the world of the real alone, led to identity, body, by it alone. Yet in beginning only, incalculable masses of composite precious materials. By history's cycles forwarded, by every nation, language, hither sent. Ready, collected here, a freer, vast, electric world, to be constructed here. The true new world, the world of orbic science, morals, literatures. To come. Thou wonder world yet undefined, unformed, neither do I define thee. How can I pierce the impenetrable blank of the future? I feel thy ominous greatness, evil as well as good. I watch thee advancing, absorbing the present, transcending the past. I see thy light lighting, and thy shadow shadowing, as if the entire globe. But I do not undertake to define thee, hardly to comprehend thee. I but thee name, thee prophesy, as now. I merely thee ejaculate. Thee in thy future. Thee in thy only permanent life, career, thy own unloosened mind. Thy soaring spirit. Thee as another equally needed sun, radiant, ablaze, swift moving. Fructifying all. Thee risen in potent cheerfulness and joy, in endless great hilarity. Scattering for good the cloud that hung so long, that weighed so long upon the mind of man. The doubt, suspicion, dread, of gradual, certain decadence of man. Thee in thy larger, saner brood of female, male thee in thy athletes, moral, spiritual, south, north, west, east. To thy immortal breasts, mother of all, thy every daughter, son. Endeared alike, forever equal. Thee in thy own musicians, singers, artists, unborn yet, but certain. Thee in thy moral wealth and civilization, until which thy proudest material civilization must remain in vain. Thee in thy all-supplying, all-enclosing worship, thee in no single Bible, Savior, merely. Thy Saviors countless, latent within thyself, thy Bibles incessant. Within thyself, equal to any, divine as any. Thy soaring course thee formulating, not in thy two great wars, nor in thy centuries' visible growth, but far more in these leaves and chance, thy chance, great mother. Thee in an education grown of thee, in teachers, studies, students. Born of thee. Thee in thy democratic fates en masse, thy high original festivals. Operas, lecturers, preachers. Thee in thy ultimate, the preparations only now completed, the edifice on sure foundations tied. Thee in thy pinnacles, intellect, thought, thy topmost rational joys, thy love and godlike aspiration. In thy resplendent coming literati, thy full-lunged orators, thy sacerdotal bards, cosmic savans. These in thee, certain to come, today I prophesy. 6. Land tolerating all, accepting all, not for the good alone, all good. For thee. Land in the realms of God to be a realm unto thyself. Under the rule of God to be a rule unto thyself. Lo, where arise three peerless stars. To be thy natal stars, my country, ensemble, evolution, freedom. Set in the sky of law. Land of unprecedented faith, God's faith. Thy soil, thy very subsoil, all upheaved. The general inner earth so long so sedulously draped over, now hence. For what it is boldly laid bare. Opened by thee to heaven's light for benefit or bale. Not for success alone. Not to fair sail unintermitted always. The storm shall dash thy face, the murk of war and worse than war shall cover thee all over. Word capable of war, its tug and trials, be capable of peace, its trials. For the tug and mortal strain of nations come at last in prosperous peace, not war. In many a smiling mask death shall approach beguiling thee, thou in disease shalt swelter. The livid cancer spread its hideous claws, clinging upon thy breasts, seeking to strike thee deep within. Consumption of the worst, moral consumption, shall rouge thy face with hectic. But thou shalt face thy fortunes, thy diseases, and surmount them all. Whatever they are today and whatever through time they may be. They each and all shall lift and pass away and cease from thee. While thou, time's spirals rounding, out of thyself still extricating, fusing, equable, natural, mystical union thou, the mortal with immortal blent, shalt soar toward the fulfillment of the future, the spirit of the body and the mind. The soul, its destinies. The soul, its destinies, the real. Purport of all these apparitions of the real. In the America, the soul, its destinies. Thou globe of globes. Thou wonder nebulous. By many a throe of heat and cold convulsed, by these thyself solidifying. Thou mental, moral orb, thou new, indeed new, spiritual world. The present holds thee not for such vast growth as thine. For such unparalleled flight as thine, such brood as thine. The future only holds thee and can hold thee. A Paumanok picture. 2 boats with nets lying off the sea beach, quite still. 10 fishermen waiting. They discover a thick school of moss bonkers. They drop the joined seine ends in the water. The boats separate and row off, each on its rounding course to the beach, enclosing the moss bonkers. The net is drawn in by a windlass by those who stop ashore. Some of the fishermen lounge in their boats, others stand ankle deep in the water, poised on strong legs. The boats partly drawn up, the water slapping against them. Strewed on the sand in heaps and wind rose, well out from the water. The greenback spotted moss bonkers. Book XXXII. From noon to starry night. Thou orb aloft full dazzling. Thou orb aloft full dazzling. Thou hot October noon. Flooding with sheeny light the grey beach sand. The sibilant near sea with vistas far and foam. And tawny streaks and shades and spreading blue. O son of noon refulgent. My special word to thee. Hear me illustrious. Thy lover me, for always I have loved thee. Even as basking babe, then happy boy alone by some wood edge, thy touching distant beams enough. Or man matured, or young or old, as now to thee I launch my invocation. Thou canst not with thy dumbness me deceive. I know before the fitting man all nature yields. Though answering not in words, the skies, trees, hear his voice and thou, O sun. As for thy throes, thy perturbations, sudden breaks, and shafts of flame gigantic, I understand them, I know those flames, those perturbations well. Thou that with fructifying heat and light, o'er myriad farms, o'er lands, and waters north and south, o'er Mississippi's endless course, o'er Texas' grassy plains, Canada's woods, o'er all the globe that turns its face to thee shining in space. Thou that impartially enfoldest all, not only continents, seas. Thou that to grapes and weeds and little wild flowers givest so liberally. Shed thyself on mine and me, with but a fleeting ray out of thy millions. Strike through these chants. Nor only launch thy subtle dazzle and thy strength for these. Prepare the later afternoon of me myself, prepare my lengthening shadows. Prepare my starry nights. Faces. 1. Sauntering the pavement or riding the country by-road, faces. Faces of friendship, precision, caution, suavity, ideality. The spiritual prescient face, the always welcome common benevolent face. The face of the singing of music, the grand faces of natural lawyers and judges broad at the back top. The faces of hunters and fishers bulged at the brows, the shaved, blanched faces of orthodox citizens. The pure, extravagant, yearning, questioning artist's face. The ugly face of some beautiful soul, the handsome detested or despised face. The sacred faces of infants, the illuminated face of the mother of many children. The face of an amour, the face of veneration. The face as of a dream, the face of an immobile rock. The face withdrawn of its good and bad, a castrated face. A wild hawk, his wings clipped by the clipper. A stallion that yielded at last to the thongs and knife of the geldor. Sauntering the pavement thus, or crossing the ceaseless ferry, faces. And faces and faces. I see them and complain not, and am content with all. 2. Do you suppose I could be content with all if I thought them there? Own finale. This now is too lamentable a face for a man. Some abject louse asking leave to be, cringing for it. Some milk-nosed maggot blessing what lets it rig to its hole. This face is a dog's snout sniffing for garbage. Snake's nest in that mouth, I hear the sibilant threat. This face is a haze more chill than the Arctic Sea. Its sleepy and wobbling icebergs crunch as they go. This is a face of bitter herbs, this an emetic, they need no label. And more of the drug shelf, laudanum, caoutchouc, or hog's lard. This face is an epilepsy, its wordless tongue gives out the unearthly cry. Its veins down the neck distend, its eyes roll till they show nothing but their whites. Its teeth grit, the palms of the hands are cut by the turned-in nails. The man falls struggling and foaming to the ground, while he speculates well. This face is bitten by vermin and worms. And this is some murderer's knife with a half-pulled scabbard. This face owes to the sexton his dismalest fee. An unceasing death bell tolls there. 3. Features of my equals, would you trick me with your creased and cadaverous march? Well, you cannot trick me. I see your rounded never erased flow. I see neath the rims of your haggard and mean disguises. Splay and twist as you like, poke with the tangling fours of fishes or rats. You'll be unmuzzled, you certainly will. I saw the face of the most smeared and slobbering idiot they had at the asylum. And I knew for my consolation what they knew not. I knew of the agents that emptied and broke my brother. The same weight to clear the rubbish from the fallen tenement. And I shall look again in a score or two of ages. And I shall meet the real landlord perfect and unharmed, every inch as good as myself. 4. The Lord advances, and yet advances. Always the shadow in front, always the reached hand bringing up the laggards. Out of this face emerge banners and horses, oh superb! I see what is coming. I see the high pioneer caps, see staves of runners clearing the way. I hear victorious drums. This face is a lifeboat. This is the face commanding and bearded, it asks no odds of the rest. This face is flavored fruit ready for eating. This face of a healthy honest boy is the program of all good. These faces bear testimony slumbering or awake. They show their descent from the Master himself. Off the word I have spoken I accept not one red, white, black, are all deific. In each house is the ovum, it comes forth after 1,000 years. Spots or cracks at the windows do not disturb me. Tall and sufficient stand behind and make signs to me. I read the promise and patiently wait. This is a full-grown lily's face. She speaks to the limber-hipped man near the garden pickets. Come here, she blushingly cries, come nigh to me, limber-hipped man. Stand at my side till I lean as high as I can upon you. Fill me with albacent honey, bend down to me. Rub to me with your chafing beard, rub to my breast and shoulders. 5. The old face of the mother of many children. Whist. I am fully content. Lulled and late is the smoke of the first day morning. It hangs low over the rows of trees by the fences. It hangs thin by the sassafras and wild cherry and catbrier under them. I saw the rich ladies in full dress at the soiree. I heard what the singers were singing so long. Heard who sprang in crimson youth from the white froth and the water blue. Behold a woman. She looks out from her Quaker cap, her face is clearer and more beautiful than the sky. She sits in an armchair under the shaded porch of the farmhouse. The sun just shines on her old white head. Her ample gown is of cream-hued linen. Her grandsons raised the flax, and her granddaughters spun it with the distaff and the wheel. The melodious character of the earth. The finish beyond which philosophy cannot go and does not wish to go. The justified mother of men. The mystic trumpeter. 1. Hark, some wild trumpeter, some strange musician. Hovering unseen in air, vibrates capricious tunes tonight. I hear thee trumpeter, listening alert I catch thy notes. Now pouring, whirling like a tempest round me. Now low, subdued, now in the distance lost. 2. Come nearer bodiless one, haply in thee resounds. Some dead composer, haply thy pensive life was filled with aspirations high, unformed ideals. Waves, oceans musical, chaotically surging. That now ecstatic ghost, close to me bending, thy cornet echoing, pealing. Gives out to no one's ears but mine, but freely gives to mine. That I may thee translate. 3. Blow trumpeter free and clear, I follow thee. While at thy liquid prelude, glad, serene. The fretting world, the streets, the noisy hours of day withdraw. A holy calm descends like dew upon me. I walk in cool refreshing night the walks of paradise. I scent the grass, the moist air and the roses. Thy song expands my numbed embonded spirit, thou freest, launchest me. Floating and basking upon heaven's lake. 4. Blow again trumpeter. And for my sensuous eyes. Bring the old pageants, show the feudal world. What charm thy music works. Thou makest pass before me. Ladies and cavaliers long dead, barons are in their castle halls. The troubadours are singing. Armed knights go forth to redress wrongs, some in quest of the Holy Graal. I see the tournament, I see the contestants encased in heavy armor. Seated on stately champing horses. I hear the shouts, the sounds of blows and smiting steel. I see the crusaders' tumultuous armies hark, how the cymbals clang. Lo, where the monks walk in advance, bearing the cross on high. 5. Blow again trumpeter. And for thy theme. Take now the enclosing theme of all, the solvent and the setting. Love, that is pulse of all, the sustenance and the pang. The heart of man and woman all for love. No other theme but love knitting, enclosing, all diffusing love. Oh how the immortal phantoms crowd around me. I see the vast alembic ever working, I see and know the flames that heat the world. The glow, the blush, the beating hearts of lovers. So blissful happy some, and some so silent, dark, and nigh to death. Love, that is all the earth to lovers love, that mocks time and space. Love, that is day and night love, that is sun and moon and stars. Love, that is crimson, sumptuous, sick with perfume. No other words but words of love, no other thought but love. 6. Blow again trumpeter conjure war's alarums. Swift to thy spell a shuddering hum like distant thunder rolls. Lo, where the armed men hasten lo, mid the clouds of dust the glint of bayonets. I see the grime-faced cannoneers, I mark the rosy flash amid the smoke, I hear the cracking of the guns. Nor war alone thy fearful music song, wild player, brings every sight of fear. The deeds of ruthless brigands, rapine, murder I hear the cries for help. I see ships foundering at sea, I behold on deck and below deck the terrible tableaus. 7. O trumpeter, methinks I am myself the instrument thou playest. Thou meltest my heart, my brain thou movest, drawest, changest them at will. And now thy sullen notes send darkness through me. Thou takest away all cheering light, all hope. I see the enslaved, the overthrown, the hurt, the oppressed of the whole earth. I feel the measureless shame and humiliation of my race, it becomes all mine. Mine too the revenges of humanity, the wrongs of ages, baffled feuds and hatreds. Utter defeat upon me weighs all lost the foe victorious. Yet mid the ruins pride colossal stands unshaken to the last. Endurance, resolution to the last. 8. Now trumpeter for thy close. Vouchsafe a higher strain than any yet. Sing to my soul, renew its languishing faith and hope. Rouse up my slow belief, give me some vision of the future. give me for once its prophecy and joy. O glad, exulting, culminating song! A vigor more than earth's is in thy notes. Marches of victory Mandus enthralled the conqueror at last. Hymns to the universal God from universal man all joy. A reborn race appears a perfect world, all joy. Women and men in wisdom innocence and health all joy. Riotous laughing bacchanals filled with joy. War, sorrow, suffering gone the rank earth purged nothing but joy left. The ocean filled with joy the atmosphere all joy. 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 In freedom, worship, love. Joy in the ecstasy of life. Enough to merely be. Enough to breathe. Joy. Joy. All over joy. To a locomotive in winter. Thee for my recitative. Thee in the driving storm even as now, the snow, the winter day declining. Thee in thy panoply, thy measured dual throbbing and thy beat convulsive. Thy black cylindric body, golden brass and silvery steel. Thy ponderous sidebars, parallel and connecting rods, gyrating. Shuttling at thy sides. Thy metrical, now swelling pant and roar, now tapering in the distance. Thy great protruding headlight fixed in front. Thy long, pale, floating vapor pennants, tinged with delicate purple. The dense and murky clouds outbelching from thy smokestack. Thy knitted frame, thy springs and valves, the tremulous twinkle of thy wheels. Thy train of cars behind, obedient, merrily following. Through gale or calm, now swift, now slack, yet steadily careering. Type of the modern emblem of motion and power pulse of the continent. For once come serve the muse and merge in verse, even as here I see thee. With storm and buffeting gusts of wind and falling snow. By day thy warning ringing bell to sound its notes. By night thy silent signal lamps to swing. Fierce throat beauty. Roll through my chant with all thy lawless music, thy swinging lamps. At night. Thy madly whistled laughter, echoing, rumbling like an earthquake. Rousing all. Law of thyself complete, thine own track firmly holding. No sweetness debonair of tearful harp or glib piano thine. Thy trills of shrieks by rocks and hills returned. Launched o'er the prairies wide, across the lakes. To the free skies unpent and glad and strong. O magnet south! O magnet south! O glistening perfumed south! My south! O quick metal, rich blood, impulse, and love! Good and evil! O all! Dear to me! O dear to me my birth things all moving things and the trees where I was born the grains, plants, rivers. Dear to me my own slow sluggish rivers where they flow, distant. Over flats of slivery sands or through swamps. Dear to me the Roanoke, the Savannah, the Altamaha, the Petty, the Tombigbee, the Santee, the Coosa, and the Sabina. O pensive, far away wandering, I return with my soul to haunt their banks again. Again in Florida I float on transparent lakes, I float on the Okeechobee, I cross the hummockland or through pleasant openings. Or dense forests. I see the parrots in the woods, I see the pawpaw tree and the blossoming titi. Again, sailing in my coaster on deck, I coast off Georgia, I coast up the Carolinas. I see where the live oak is growing, I see where the yellow pine, the scented bay tree, the lemon and orange, the cypress, the graceful palmetto. I pass rude sea headlands and enter Pamlico Sound through an inlet. And dart my vision inland. Oh the cotton plant. The growing fields of rice, sugar, hemp. The cactus guarded with thorns, the laurel tree with large white flowers. The range afar, the richness and barrenness, the old woods charged with mistletoe and trailing moss. The piney odor and the gloom, the awful natural stillness, herein. These dense swamps the freebooter carries his gun, and the fugitive has his concealed hut. Oh the strange fascination of these half-known half-impassable swamps, infested by reptiles, resounding with the bellow of the alligator, the sad noises of the night owl and the wild cat, and the whir of the rattlesnake. The mockingbird, the American mimic, singing all the forenoon. Singing through the moonlit night. The hummingbird, the wild turkey, the raccoon, the opossum. A Kentucky cornfield, the tall, graceful, long-leaved corn. Slender, flapping, bright green, with tassels, with beautiful ears each well sheathed in its husk. O my heart! O tender and fierce pangs, I can stand them not, I will depart. O to be a Virginian where I grew up! O to be a Carolinian! O longings irrepressible! Oh, I will go back to old Tennessee and never wander more. Mannahatta. I was asking for something specific and perfect for my city. Whereupon lo! Up sprang the aboriginal name. Now I see what there is in a name, a word, liquid, sane, unruly, musical, self-sufficient. I see that the word of my city is that word from of old. Because I see that word nested in nests of water bays, superb, rich, hemmed thick all around with sail ships and steamships, an island 16 miles long, solid founded. Numberless crowded streets, high growths of iron, slender, strong, light, splendidly uprising toward clear skies. Tides swift and ample, well loved by me, toward sundown. The flowing sea currents, the little islands, larger adjoining islands, the heights, the villas. The countless masts, the white shore steamers, the lighters, the ferry boats, the Black Sea steamers well modeled. The downtown streets, the jobbers' houses of business, the houses of business of the ship merchants and money brokers, the river streets. Immigrants arriving, 15 or 20,000 in a week. The carts hauling goods, the manly race of drivers of horses, the brown-faced sailors. The summer air, the bright sun shining, and the sailing clouds aloft. The winter snows, the sleigh bells, the broken ice in the river. Passing along up or down with the flood tide or ebb tide. The mechanics of the city, the masters, well-formed, beautiful-faced, looking you straight in the eyes. Trottoirs thronged, vehicles, Broadway, the women, the shops, and shows. A million people, manners free and superb, open voices, hospitality. The most courageous and friendly young men. City of hurried and sparkling waters. City of spires and masts. City nested in bays. My city. All is truth. O me, man of slack faith so long. Standing aloof, denying portions so long. Only aware today of compact all diffused truth. Discovering today there is no lie or form of lie, and can be none. But grows as inevitably upon itself as the truth does upon itself. Or as any law of the earth or any natural production of the earth does. This is curious and may not be realized immediately, but it must be realized. I feel in myself that I represent falsehoods equally with the rest. And that the universe does. Where has failed a perfect return indifferent of lies or the truth? Is it upon the ground, or in water or fire? Or in the spirit of man? Or in the meat and blood? Meditating among liars and retreating sternly into myself, I see that there are really no liars or lies after all. And that nothing fails its perfect return, and that what are called lies are perfect returns. And that each thing exactly represents itself and what has preceded it. And that the truth includes all, and is compact just as much as space is compact. And that there is no flaw or vacuum in the amount of the truth, but that all is truth without exception. And henceforth I will go celebrate anything I see or am. And sing and laugh and deny nothing. A riddle song. That which eludes this verse and any verse. Unheard by sharpest ear, unformed in clearest eye or cunningest mind. Nor lore nor fame, nor happiness, nor wealth. and yet the pulse of every heart and life throughout the world incessantly. Which you and I and all pursuing ever miss. Open but still a secret, the real of the real, an illusion. Costless, vouchsafed to each, yet never man the owner. Which poets vainly seek to put in rhyme, historians in prose. Which sculptor never chiseled yet, nor painter painted. Which vocalist never sung, nor orator nor actor ever uttered. Invoking here and now I challenge for my song. Indifferently, mid public, private haunts, in solitude. Behind the mountain and the wood. Companion of the city's busiest streets, through the assemblage. It and its radiations constantly glide. In looks of fair unconscious babes. Or strangely in the coffin dead. Or show of breaking dawn or stars by night. As some dissolving delicate film of dreams. Hiding yet lingering. Two little breaths of words comprising it. Two words, yet all from first to last comprised in it. How ardently for it? How many ships have sailed and sunk for it? How many travelers started from their homes and ne'er returned? How much of genius boldly staked and lost for it? What countless stores of beauty, love, ventured for it? How all superbest deeds since time began are traceable to it and shall be to the end. How all heroic martyrdoms to it? How, justified by it, the horrors, evils, battles of the earth. How the bright fascinating lambent flames of it, in every age and land, have drawn men's eyes. Rich as a sunset on the Norway coast, the sky, the islands, and the cliffs. Or midnight's silent glowing northern lights unreachable. Haply gods riddle it, so vague and yet so certain. The soul for it, and all the visible universe for it. And heaven at last for it? Excelsior! Who has gone farthest? For I would go farther. And who has been just? For I would be the most just person of the earth. And who most cautious? For I would be more cautious. And who has been happiest? Oh, I think it is I think no one was ever happier than I. And who has lavished all? For I lavish constantly the best I have. And who proudest? For I think I have reason to be the proudest son alive, for I am the son of the brawny and tall-topped city. And who has been bold and true? For I would be the boldest and truest being of the universe. And who benevolent? For I would show more benevolence than all the rest. And who has received the love of the most friends? For I know what it is to receive the passionate love of many friends. And who possesses a perfect and enamored body? For I do not believe any one possesses a more perfect or enamored body than mine. And who thinks the amplest thoughts? For I would surround those thoughts. And who has made hymns fit for the earth? For I am mad with devouring ecstasy to make joyous hymns for the whole earth. Ah, poverties, wincings, and sulky retreats. Ah, poverties, wincings, and sulky retreats. Ah, you foes that in conflict have overcome me. For what is my life or any man's life but a conflict with foes, the old, the incessant war. You degradations, you tussle with passions and appetites. You smarts from dissatisfied friendships, ah, wounds the sharpest of all. You toil of painful and choked articulations, you meannesses. You shallow tongue talks at tables, my tongue the shallowest of any. You broken resolutions, you racking angers, you smothered ennuis. Ah, think not you finally triumph, my real self has yet to come forth. It shall yet march forth o'ermastering, till all lies beneath me. It shall yet stand up the soldier of ultimate victory. Thoughts? Of public opinion. Of a calm and cool fiat sooner or later, how impassive, how certain. And final. Of the president with pale face asking secretly to himself, what will the people say at last? Of the frivolous judge of the corrupt congressman, governor, mayor of such as these standing helpless and exposed. Of the mumbling and screaming priest, soon deserted. of the lessening year by year of venerableness, and of the dicta of officers, statutes, pulpits, schools. Of the rising forever taller and stronger and broader of the intuitions of men and women, and of self-esteem and personality. Of the true new world of the democracies resplendent en masse. Of the conformity of politics, armies, navies, to them. Of the shining sun by them, of the inherent light, greater than the rest. Of the envelopment of all by them, and the effusion of all from them. Mediums. They shall arise in the states. They shall report nature, laws, physiology, and happiness. They shall illustrate democracy and the cosmos. They shall be alimentive, amative, perceptive. They shall be complete women and men, their pose brawny and supple. Their drink water, their blood clean and clear. They shall fully enjoy materialism and the sight of products, they shall enjoy the sight of the beef, lumber, breadstuffs, of Chicago the great city. They shall train themselves to go in public to become orators and oratresses. Strong and sweet shall their tongues be, poems and materials of poems shall come from their lives, they shall be makers and finders. Of them and of their works shall emerge divine conveyors, to convey gospels. Characters, events, retrospections, shall be conveyed in gospels. Trees, animals, waters, shall be conveyed. Death, the future, the invisible faith, shall all be conveyed. Weave in, my hardy life. Weave in, my hardy life. Weave yet a soldier strong and full for great campaigns to come. Weave in red blood, weave sinews in like ropes, the senses, sight weave in. Weave lasting sure, weave day and night the wet, the warp, incessant. Weave, tire not. We know not what the use o' life, nor know the aim, the end, nor really ought we know. But know the work, the need goes on and shall go on, the death-enveloped march of peace as well as war goes on. For great campaigns of peace the same the wiry threads to weave. We know not why or what, yet weave, forever weave. Spain, 1873–74. Out of the murk of heaviest clouds. Out of the feudal wrecks and heaped-up skeletons of kings. Out of that old entire European debris, the shattered mummeries. Ruined cathedrals, crumble of palaces, tombs of priests. Lo, freedom's features fresh undimmed look forth the same immortal face looks forth. A glimpse as of thy mother's face, Columbia. A flash significant as of a sword. Beaming towards thee. Nor think we forget thee, maternal. Lagdest thou so long? Shall the clouds close again upon thee? Ah, but thou hast thyself now appeared to us, we know thee. Thou hast given us a sure proof, the glimpse of thyself. Thou waitest there as everywhere thy time. By broad Potomac's shore. By broad Potomac's shore, again old tongue. Still uttering, still ejaculating, canst never cease this babble. Again old heart so gay, again to you, your sense, the full flush. Spring returning. Again the freshness and the odors, again Virginia's summer sky. Pellucid blue and silver. Again the forenoon purple of the hills. Again the deathless grass, so noiseless, soft and green. Again the blood-red roses blooming. Perfume this book of mine, O blood-red roses. Lave subtly with your waters every line, Potomac. Give me of you, O spring, before I close, to put between its pages. O forenoon purple of the hills, before I close, of you. O deathless grass, of you. From far Dakota's canyons, June 25, 1876. From far Dakota's canyons. Lands of the wild ravine, the dusky Sioux, the lonesome stretch, the silence. Haply today a mournful wall, haply a trumpet note for heroes. The battle bulletin. The Indian ambuscade, the craft, the fatal environment. The cavalry companies fighting to the last in sternest heroism. in the midst of their little circle, with their slaughtered horses. For bravest works. The fall of Custer and all his officers and men. Continues yet the old legend of our race. The loftiest of life upheld by death. The ancient banner perfectly maintained. O lesson opportune, O how I welcome thee. As sitting in dark days. Lone, sulky, through the time's thick murk looking in vain for light, for hope. From unsuspected parts of fierce and momentary proof. The sun there at the center though concealed. Electric life forever at the center. Breaks forth a lightning flash. Thou of the tawny flowing hair in battle. I erewhile saw, with erect head, pressing ever in front, bearing a bright sword in thy hand. Now ending well in death the splendid fever of thy deeds. I bring no dirge for it or thee, I bring a glad triumphal sonnet. Desperate and glorious, I in defeat most desperate, most glorious. After thy many battles in which never yielding up a gun or a color. Leaving behind thee a memory sweet to soldiers. Thou yieldest up thyself. Old war dreams. In midnight sleep of many a face of anguish. Of the look at first of the mortally wounded, of that indescribable look. Of the dead on their backs with arms extended wide. I dream, I dream, I dream. Of scenes of nature, fields, and mountains. Of skies so beauteous after a storm, and at night the moon so unearthly bright. Shining sweetly, shining down, where we dig the trenches and gather the heaps. I dream, I dream, I dream. Long have they passed, faces, and trenches and fields. Where through the carnage I moved with a callous composure, or away from the fallen. Onward I sped at the time but now of their forms at night. I dream, I dream, I dream. Thick sprinkled bunting. Thick sprinkled bunting. Flag of stars. Long yet your road, fateful flag long yet your road, and lined with bloody death. For the prize I see at issue at last is the world. All its ships and shores I see interwoven with your thread's greedy banner. Dreamed again the flags of kings, highest born to flaunt unrivaled? O hasten flag of man, O with sure and steady step, passing highest. Flags of kings. Walk supreme to the heavens, mighty symbol run up above them all. Flag of stars. Thick sprinkled bunting. What best I see in thee? To USG returned from his world's tour. What best I see in thee? Is not that where thou movest down history's great highways? Ever undimmed by time shoots warlike victories dazzle? Or that thou satst where Washington sat, ruling the land in peace? Or thou the man whom feudal Europe faded, venerable Asia swarmed upon? Who walked with kings with even pace the round world's promenade? But that in foreign lands, in all thy walks with kings, those prairie sovereigns of the West, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Ohio's, Indiana's millions, comrades, farmers, soldiers, all to the front. Invisibly with thee walking with kings with even pace the round world's promenade. Were all so justified. Spirit that formed this scene. Written in Platte Canyon, Colorado. Spirit that formed this scene. These tumbled rock piles grim and red. These reckless heaven ambitious peaks. These gorges, turbulent clear streams, this naked freshness. These formless wild arrays, for reasons of their own. I know thee, savage spirit, we have communed together. Mine too such wild arrays, for reasons of their own. Wast charged against my chance they had forgotten art? To fuse within themselves its rules precise and delicatesse? The lyrist's measured beat, the wrought-out temple's grace column, and polished arch forgot. But thou that revellest here, spirit that formed this scene, they have remembered thee. As I walk these broad majestic days. As I walk these broad majestic days of peace. For the war, the struggle of blood finished, wherein, O terrific ideal, against vast odds erewhile having gloriously won. Now thou stridest on, yet perhaps in time toward denser wars. Perhaps to engage in time in still more dreadful contests, dangers. Longer campaigns and crises, labors beyond all others. Around me I hear that eclat of the world, politics, produce. The announcements of recognized things, science. The approved growth of cities and the spread of inventions. I see the ships, they will last a few years. The vast factories with their foremen and workmen. And hear the endorsement of all, and do not object to it. But I too announce solid things. Science, ships, politics, cities, factories, are not nothing. Like a grand procession to music of distant bugles pouring. Triumphantly moving, and grandeur heaving in sight. They stand for realities, all is as it should be. Then my realities. What else is so real as mine? Libertad and the divine average, freedom to every slave on the face of the earth. The rapt promises and lumen of seers, the spiritual world, these centuries lasting songs. And our visions, the visions of poets, the most solid announcements of any. A clear midnight. This is thy hour, O soul, thy free flight into the wordless. Away from books, away from art, the day erased, the lesson done. Thee fully forth emerging, silent, gazing, pondering the themes thou lovest best. Night, sleep, death and the stars. Book XXXIII. Songs of parting. As the time nigh.